हो, कमेंट देख रही हो क्या आप? नो नो नो, पढ़ रहे हैं। हाँ जी, बोलना भी होता है। हेलो एवरीवन। Streamer. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. क्या बोलना है बताइए जी। मोंटी आर यू देयर? तुरंत गुस्सा आ जाते हैं। आई एम स्टडी राइट नाउ। आप क्या कर रहे हो? टेल मी। आप क्या कर रहे हो? टेल मी। कहाँ से हो? ठीक है, गोपालन के इंटीग्रेटेड प्रोसेस Gopalan case interpreted process studies by looking at the protection under Article 21 is not only as arbitrary as but process studies by interpreted process studies by law looking at the protection under Article 21 is only 21 is the arbitrary intellection not arbitrary. Crucial basis on Article 21. This is Article 9. This is under Article 3. The procedure established by the ordinary ruling that the protection under Article 21 is not only against the not only against is only against the arbitrary legislation, not arbitrary legislation in Manila Kani the Supreme Court widened the interpretation of procedure established by law to interpretation against arbitrary legislation as well as the similar to the American concept of the due process of the law in the Tasmanian judgment 2017, the landmark ruling, the Supreme Court held that the privacy was intrusive to freedom of life and personal liberty. It played a vital role in decriminalizing. The Supreme Court held that the privacy was intrusive to the freedom of life and personal liberty. Supreme Court held that the privacy was intrusive to freedom of life and personal liberty. It played a vital role in decriminalizing the homosexuality and embracing provision related to the related in this case, the Supreme Court held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the Constitution and declined to legalize same-sex marriage, stating that such decisions fall within the purview of the Parliament. In Amar Jain versus United Authority, the Supreme Court held that the meaningful and the increasing digitalization is a part of the fundamental right to life under Article 21. The court directed for reforms in e-KYC and digital system to ensure accessibility for persons with disability, emphasizing substantial equality and state obligation to ensure non-discriminatory digital governance. Environment and development, the right to environment and governance to the regulating high-level pollution. The Supreme Court balances facilitating the environmental health, that is urging Gopal versus so that temporary ban on the firecracker sales in the Delhi NCR garden are allowed only with crackers that restricted timing designated directive to the bill barred online sales of the firecrackers to curb illegal barred. पानी पी लो, इससे stay hydrated. राधे राधे. Okay, वैसे भी नींद आ रही है. The bar online sale of the firecrackers to curb illegal trade, that is the legal regulation beyond firecrackers. Mehta case, that is the 1987. MC Mehta case. यानी कुछ भी मतलब MC Mehta case that in 1987 and relocation of the environmental protection, and that is the MC Mehta case 1987, the relocation of the polluting industry, relocation of the polluting industry, environmental protection, MC Mehta case 1987, relocation of the polluting industries, environmental protection, that is the MC Mehta case 1987, relocation of the polluting industries, legal regulation beyond firecrackers, that the environment protection, MC Mehta case 1987, relocation of the polluting industries, relocation of the polluting industries, environment protection, MC Mehta case 1987, that is the relocation of the pollution. Environment protection, that is MC Mehta 1987, relocation of the pollution industry, that is pollution free water and air, that is Subhash Kumar Ghai 1991, right to clean resources upheld, that is the polluter pays principal value citizen forum 1996, polluter help financial liability, is the concern enforcement issues, that is illegal firecrackers sales despite ban. ठीक है, फिर cultural sentiment, some heard that blanket ban on the are excessive and that regulatory use of the firecrackers should suffice. Economy and firecrackers industry and works livelihood and workers livelihood hit. Here the recent issues and their linkage to the Article 21, right to life and personal liberty, that is the right to life and personal liberty, that is the right to maternity leave, that is the in a 2025 Supreme Court judgment, the court held that the paternity leave is a legal right, not a discriminatory benefit. Following from a woman's reproductive autonomy, and dignity, flowing from a woman's reproductive dignity and autonomy overall. 2025 Supreme Court judgment, the court held that the maternity leave is a legal right. That the maternity leave टाइम आउट हो जाओगे, पर्सनल क्वेश्चन पूछोगे तो. Right to maternity leave, that is 2025, that is the in 2025 maternity Supreme Court judgment, the Supreme Court held that the maternity leave is a legal right. Maternity leave is a legal right and not a discriminatory benefit flowing from a woman's reproductive autonomy and dignity under Article 21. It struck down denial of maternity leave based on the two-child policy, affirming that it is the integral to the health, equality, privacy, and non-discrimination right. Right to menstrual health, that is 2025. The Supreme Court recognized menstrual health as a part of the 21 and directed schools and the states to ensure sanitary pads, toilet, and the hygiene facilities. It is in the generous justice and substantial equality and promote unified barrier-free access to education for girls, reducing dropout rates and social stigma. Barrier-free access to the education for girls, reducing dropout rates and social stigma. Right to clean environment, SC April 2020. SC April 2022. That is the SC recognized the right to clean environment as an integrator to the right to life, balancing it with the industrial development. That is reflect the court's approach to sustainable development, balancing environmental protection and economic growth. Right to be forgotten, that is August 2024. The right to be vulnerable linked to the privacy and the personal liberty under Article 21, highlighting the need for the data protection. Demonstrate how data rights are integral to privacy, challenging traditional notion of freedom of expression. Right to disconnect, that is some other ways. Framed as part of the personal liberty, recognize mental well-being as essential to the right to life under Article 21. Highlight the shift toward recognizing mental health and work-life balance as the component of the personal liberty. Highlight the shift toward recognizing mental health and work-life balance as component of the personal liberty. Right to access justice, that is, as the Supreme Court observed um, that the access to the justice is not absolute, subject to practical constraint like the infrastructure, reflect the tension between ideal access to the justice and the reality of the judicial capacity, reflect the tension between ideal access to the justice and the reality of the judicial capacity, highlighting the need to reform. Right to free food, October 2024, KAI emphasizes as part of the right to life, reinforcing food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. Emphasizes as part of the right to life, reinforcing food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. पढ़ाई के रिलेटेड अगर पूछना है तो यू कैन आस्क मी एनीथिंग. हेलो सौरभ. Okay, thank you. I am Sarif Nirban. By the way, it was not for you, it was for Pratibha. I don't know why. Hello. Right to the free food, that is the emphasis as a part of the life reinforcing food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. Emphasize as part of the right to right emphasize as a part of the right to life, reinforcing that is food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. Emphasized as part of the right to life, reinforce food security as the critical welfare responsibility of the state. क्या था? Right to free food at October. This is the part of the right to life, reinforce food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. Reinforce is to ensure basic needs like the food essential for the dignity and survival as part of the right to life. Reinforce the state's duty to ensure basic needs like the food essential for the dignity and survival as a part of the right to privacy and the legal dimension of the prenatal DNA testing, that is the Supreme Court Justice that is case held that the right to privacy is intrinsic to the life and personal liberty under Article 21. Right to privacy under Article 21 interlinked with other rights, that is the support freedom of speech 2019 and freedom of religion Article 25, individual autonomy, that is still personal choice from the interference. Check on state's power, that is prevent arbitrary surveillance, requires legality and the proportionality. Supreme Court ruling, that is from privacy as a fundamental right, reproductive autonomy, safeguard family planning decision or prevent arbitrary surveillance. DNA testing in the Penitentiary Section 112 Indian Independence Act presumed legitimacy. DNA testing allowed only when essential. Gautam Kundu case 1993. DNA test to be sparingly used. DNA technology because regular DNA use. That is the privacy bill. That is the regular DNA use balances privacy and legal needs. Constitution safeguarded DNA testing must respect privacy under Article 21. Constitution safeguard DNA testing must respect privacy under Article 21. DNA testing must respect privacy under Article 21. That is consent requirement. Informed consent mandatory before DNA test. Constitution safeguard that DNA testing must respect privacy under Article 21. ठीक है. Constitution safeguard हो गया. Consent requirement that is informed consent mandatory before DNA test. Supreme Court judgment in the Selby versus State of Karnataka 2010, it was held that the compulsory DNA testing violated privacy right unless sanctioned by law and justified by large public interest. In Dipanvita Roy versus Rono Broto Roy, Dipanvita and Rono Broto Roy. थैंक यू. आप भी पढ़ो बैठ के. Scope of the fundamental right that DNA testing only with the government's consent, safeguarding our dignity and privacy. Scope of the fundamental right in the right of the Supreme Court on right to privacy. मतलब कि केस प्रोटेक्ट होने के जिसमें कि data protection as a right. That is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 basis for privacy laws, limit on state surveillance, due process mandate, that is Anuragha Basing 2002 on internet freedom और अरुणा संभव 2011. First economic right, that is privacy, ensure dignity in health, education, welfare, etc. That is MTB Amendment Act 2021 enabling safe abortions. Digital safeguard law must meet necessary legitimacy, proportionality, proportional impact on gender persons act, impact on transgender person act, expanded Article 21. Privacy linked to the humanity, that is the common cause case, that is 2018 का केस है on passive euthanasia. Expanded Article 21. Privacy linked to the human dignity, common cause case, that is 2019, that is the common cause case 2018 on passive euthanasia. Key concern in privacy and the data protection, state surveillance, balancing national security with individual privacy remain contentious. Balancing national security with individual privacy, that is the PCS spyware controversy. Private sector compliance, risk of the data misuse and the profiling by giant tech, WhatsApp, Facebook, data sharing, which is the judicial consistency, lack of the uniform application of the privacy principle across variation including on the Aadhaar use across sectors, public awareness, low digital literacy, ample demand for privacy safeguard. Example, user often consent to data terms without understanding implications. हाँ जी मेहनत करना है. The Bilkis Bano case, that is the case highlighted the clash between the right to privacy and the rule of the law. Right to liberty. The Bilkis Bano case, that is case highlighted the right to liberty and the rule of the law. The Supreme Court emphasized that the liberty cannot be exercised in a way that undermines justice, and set aside that cannot be exercised in a way that undermines justice, and set aside the remission of the convicts, following the principle that no one is above the law. In the case serves as a reminder that individual right must be balanced with the constitutional morality and due process. Article 21A, that is 21A, is a right to education. Education is a fundamental building block for individual growth and the societal development. That is recognizes this importance. The Indian Constitution was amended in 2002. That is 86th Constitutional Act, that is to include Article 21 as part of the fundamental right. Article 21 mandates the state to provide free and compulsory education to all children up to 6 to 14 years, making education a justiciable fundamental right implemented through legislation like the Right to Act 2009, right, RTE Act 2009. It also promotes access and the क्वालिटी एजुकेशन सिग्निफिकेंटली इम्प्रूविंग इन्वायरमेंट केसेस इन इंडिया। सबसे पहला है 51A के, जिसका है पेरेंट्स मस्ट एजुकेट चिल्ड्रन। फिर 21A है जो कि फ्री एजुकेशन 6 से 14 तक, और आर्टिकल 45 एजुकेशन बिलो 6 ईयर्स, और आर्टिकल 39E और F है, दैट इज द प्रोटेक्ट चिल्ड्रन फ्रॉम एक्सप्लॉयटेशन। Significance: the NEP 2020 extend focus towards the early childhood care and education, that is the 3 to 18 years, strengthening the continuum of the school education. Focus toward early childhood care and education 3 to 18 years, strengthening the continuum of school education. यार से हैं हम, आप कहाँ से हो? Because Article 22 है, that is the protection against arrest and detention in such cases. Article 22 of the Indian Constitution is a crucial safeguard against arbitrary arrest and detention. It guarantees certain right to any person who is arrested, protecting them from the misuse of power by the authorities, that is protected from the uninformed detention. That is, no person can be arrested and held in custody without being informed promptly about the reason of arrest or right to legal counsel. That is, the arrested person has the fundamental right to consult and be defended by a lawyer of their choice. Magisterial protection: the arrested individual must be produced before a magistrate within 24 hours of their arrest, excluding travel time. Magistrate protection: that is, the arrested student must be brought before a magistrate within 24 hours of their detention. Within 24 hours of their arrest, excluding within 24 hours of their excluding their कहाँ थे? Excluding their travel time. Right to be released after 24 hours unless authorized by the magistrate. This continues the protection against arbitrary detention. This continues आ गया क्या वो? हाँ हाँ This introduce detention. Right to be released after 24 hours unless authorized by the magistrate. This continues the protection against arbitrary detention. This continues the protection against arbitrary detention. Prevention detention condition: detention of the person cannot exceed 3 months. देना पड़ेगा यार। Exceed 3 months without an advisory board report. Exceed 3 months without detention of a कल बोले तो रोने सब लगा Issue transparency and give the detained person an opportunity to dispute the ground of the detention. Ground of the detention should be communicated to the detainee. Detention of a person cannot exceed 3 months without an emergency board report. Prevent prolonged detention without adequate justification. The ground of the detention should be communicated to the detainee. It ensures transparency and give the detained person an opportunity to dispute the ground of the detention. Prevention detention in September 2024, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that under Section 22, Clause 5, a detainee must be provided with not just the ground of detention but also all documents relied upon. Any denial or delay in furnishing this hampers the detainee's constitutional right to make an effective representation. This reassessment reflects the judiciary emphasis on procedural fairness and checks against arbitrary detention, reinforcing that even in preventive detention, constitutional safeguard must not be diluted. Namaste, namaste. Reinforcing that even in preventive detention, constitutional safeguard must not be diluted. तो सर एक बात और बताएंगे तुमको. Yeah, Article 22 protection applies to all persons, not just citizens. Not all citizens. It is the Supreme Court. Karnataka High Court reaffirmed that Article 22 safeguard informing ground of interest extend to foreign nationals within India, and failure to do so can vegetate custody or remand. Right against exploitation, yeah, the Article 23, yeah, 2024, sorry, Article 23 और 24. सबसे पहले है protection, provision of the traffic in human and child labor, ठीक है, forced labor, human being and forced labor, उसके बाद child trafficking in the industries वाला, ठीक है. Provision of the human trafficking and child labor, provision of the traffic in human beings and forced labor, Article 23. Article 23 constitutes the fundamental right that safeguard individual from two key forms of exploitation: trafficking in human beings and forced labor. Prohibiting the article clearly prohibits practices such as the trafficking in human beings, buying and selling people as commodities, beggar, that is the unpaid forced labor, often associated with historical practices like the bonded labor for debt repayment. Other similar form of the forced labor are any situation where a person is compelled to work against their will with threats or coercion. Offense and punishment. Violation of this article are punishable by law, ensuring legal recourse for victims. public for the public purposes like the national service in some countries. That is, however, such services cannot discriminate based on the religion, caste, race or the class. ठीक है. PUDR versus Union Denmark reinforcing the right against forced labor, ruling that economic compulsion that leaves no choice for a person and compels them to provide labor or service also constitute forced labor, ruling that economic compulsion that leaves no choice for a person. Welcome back. हाँ जी, ईमानदारी से स्टार्ट करो. PUDR versus Union Denmark stated the against reinforcing the right against forced labor, ruling that the economic compulsions that leaves no choice for a person. ठीक है, तो उसमें भी also control forced labor. Article 24 provision of the employment of the children in the factories etc. That is Article 24 especially safeguard children from the hazardous work. That is provision of the employment of the children in factories, mines etc. Thank you for being here, Sharif. Thank you. ब्रेक लेने नहीं गए थे, मेरा भाई आया था तो बस उसी से मिलने गए थे. Provision on the child labor, that is, it prohibits the employment of the children below 14 years old in factories, mines or any other hazardous work. Ban does not ban all work. That is, it is important to note that Article 24 doesn't restrict children from all types of the work. That is, non-hazardous or the age proportionate appropriate work might be permissible. That is the complementary laws. Several laws have been enacted by the Parliament to impose this provisions, such as the special, that is the Child Labor Protection and Regulation Act 19. Provision and the Regulation Act of 1986. As on MC Mehta case versus the State of the Tamil Nadu 1997. Prohibited employment of children in hazardous industries like the firecrackers and directed strict enforcement of the Article 20 military rehabilitation measures. People's Union for the Democratic Right versus Union of 1982 held that child labor in hazardous work violates that is held that the child labor in hazardous work violates fundamental right and mandated effective enforcement of the Article 24. बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया 2011 freeing for eradication of the child labor and directed rescue, rehabilitation and the compulsory education of the children. Article 24 is a crucial step toward ensuring a childhood free from the exploitation and promoting education. It empowers children to develop their full potential in a safe environment. Right to freedom of religion, Article 25 से लेकर 28 तक है. Right to freedom of religion. मुझे एक Article 26 में क्या कहता है कि freedom to manage religion and Article 26 freedom to manage religious affair है. 27 है freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion. और फिर है Article 28 that is the freedom as to attendance at the religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. Freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. Article 26 that is the freedom to manage religious affairs, right granted. That is, this article confirms on every religious denomination that the freedom to manage its religious affairs, own and acquire movable and immovable property and administer it according to the law. Different from the Article 25, the contrast between Article 25 and is noteworthy. While 25 protects individual religious and Article 26 safeguard collective religious freedom. Okay, not absolute. That is, these rights are subject to public order, morality and health. The state can regulate activity to ensure that these are not compromised. The state can regulate activities to ensure these are not compromised. Not absolute. These rights are subject to public order, morality, and health. The state can regulate activities. The state can regulate activities to ensure these are not compromised. The state can ensure regular activities to ensure these are not compromised. That is the significance क्या है? Protect religious denomination from environment from government interference in their internal and allows religious groups to manage their institutional financing and practices free. Example: this right allows temples to appoint priests, churches to conduct religious services, and religious trusts to manage their property. This right allows temples to appoint priests, churches to conduct religious services, and religious trusts to manage their properties. Article 27, freedom as to payment of the taxes for promotion of any particular religion. Article 27, that is the right granted prevent an individual from being compelled to pay taxes for the promotion or the maintenance of a particular religion. No bias. This provision ensures that the freedom does not prioritize or patronize one religion over another, maintaining its secular character. Article, that is example, if the government propose a tax especially to fund the renovation of the temple, this could violate the Article 27 as it single out a particular religion. Article 28, freedom as to attendance and religious instruction of the religious worship. Freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational rights guaranteed. It provides religion instruction in any education institution that is wholly funded by the state. ये एक बात है जो स्टेट से फंडेड नहीं होना चाहिए. फिर दूसरा एक्सेप्शन, दिस does not apply to the education institution administered by the state but established under endowment of the trust endowment or trust requiring religious instruction. This article safeguards the right to education free from religious bias while allowing some institutions. This article safeguards the right to education free from religious bias while allowing some institutions to maintain their religious character with complete transparency. While allowing some institution फोकस दोस्त के सामने तो सभी सही बन जाए. चलिए अब भाई से मिलकर मूड फ्रेश हो गया है. हाँ जी. आज क्या पढ़ रही हो? आज भी फंडामेंटल राइट्स ही चल रहा है क्योंकि सुबह कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ पाए थे. मेरा 5 घंटा ऐसे बस बीता है, मतलब कुछ भी नहीं पढ़े थे, कुछ भी नॉट इवन करंट अफेयर्स. तो एकदम रिग्रेट हो रहा है. तो अब किस कॉम्पिटेंस की तैयारी कर रहे हो? श्वेता PPSC के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं अभी. तो आप किस चीज़ के लिए कर रहे हो? इवन 1 घंटा भी नहीं पढ़ पाया, इतना मतलब रस था. If the government propose a tax especially to fund the ये हो गया. It provides religious instruction in any education institution that is ये हो गया. This article safeguards the right to education free from the religious bias while allowing some institutions to maintain their religious character with complete transparency and freedom of choice for student with complete transparency and to maintain their religious character. This article safeguards the right to education free from the religious bias while allowing some institutions to maintain their religious character with complete transparency and freedom of choice for students. आईडी क्या? आपकी आईडी क्या है? न्यू ड्रॉपर हूँ. अच्छा, विच आईडी? जी मेरा टाइम टेबल फिक्स नहीं हो पा रहा है. क्या करें? रिविज़न करते टाइम नींद आती है. रिवीजन सुबह किया करो. कोई भी चीज़ जैसे आज पढ़े ना, उसका रिवीजन हमेशा सुबह किया करो. तो ग्रैब करने की जो होती है ना क्षमता ज़्यादा उस टाइम रहती है. रिटेंशन बढ़ जाएगी. मैं तो यही करती हूँ मोस्टली. आज नहीं हो पाया मेरा खुद. आज का 5 घंटा ऐसे गया, बर्बाद गया. 4 घंटा तो मोस्ट गैप जैसे 4 घंटा पढ़ी तो 1 घंटा 2 घंटा गैप ले लो. फिर 1 घंटा भी बहुत है. फिर 2-3 घंटा पढ़ लो, फिर थोड़ा देर गैप ले लो, फिर ऐसे करके पढ़ो. 1 तक करते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, क्या टॉपिक है, फिर 6 बजे उठ जाते हैं। 1 बजे पढ़ती तो मतलब 5 घंटा ही सोती हो, इसी वजह से रिवाइज करने में नहीं टाइम नहीं आने लगती आपको। आज का टॉपिक है आर्टिकल जो है मतलब आप फ्रॉम 25 टू आर्टिकल 32 एंड सम ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस ऑल्सो रिगार्डिंग द यूपीएससी में जो पहले क्वेश्चंस आए हैं ना पॉलिटिकल रिगार्डिंग वही। हेलो सोमेंद्र प्रताप सिंह। अपना स्लीप साइकिल ठीक करो, 1 बजे सोना ठीक है, बट इफ इसी वजह से भी मे बी यू आर नॉट एबल टू रिटेन एवरीथिंग। मेरा एक टाइम टेबल है, सुनना है तो सुन लो कि जैसे 7 बजे से लेके 11 बजे पढ़े सुबह उठ के, ठीक है, 7 से 11, फिर 4 घंटा हो गया, हाँ ठीक है 4 घंटा हो गया। उसके बाद फिर 1 घंटा ब्रेक ले लिए तो 12 बज गए। उसके बाद 12 से लेके 4 घंटा, ठीक है, तो 12 से 4 घंटा हो गया, ठीक है, उसमें पढ़ लिए। उसके बाद 5 बजे के बाद या तो तुम पढ़ो या नहीं तो कुछ देर के लिए ब्रेक ले लो एंड फिर उसके बाद रात में पढ़ो 6 बजे से लेके या 7 बजे से लेके कितने बजे तक पढ़ना है, जैसे 10 बजे तक या 11 बजे तक, तो तुम टाइम पे उठ भी जाओगी। यू डोंट हैव टू मतलब 6 बजे उठने को भी जरूरत नहीं है, 7 बजे भी उठ सकती हो, या मतलब 6 बजे भी उठोगी तो थोड़ा देर अपना एक्सरसाइज है ना और कुछ भी कर लो, जैसे माइंड भी क्लियर हो, मेडिटेट कर लो, इससे चलो। हाँ जी शरीफ, थैंक यू फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। तो ठीक है ना, 11:40 के बाद तुम कुछ भी मत करो, बुक बंद करके सो जाना है डायरेक्ट। 11:40 के बाद फिर तुम क्यों पढ़ती हो, उसका कुछ टाइम मतलब चेंज करो। क्योंकि देखो वैसे भी बोला जाता है 11 बजे के बाद जो भी सोता है जैसे इंक्लूडिंग मी, तो वो एक डीप जो स्लीप होता है ना वो नहीं आता है, तो डैट इज़ नॉट बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस। वो वैसे भी डिग्रेड करता है हम लोग के ब्रेन को, तो इन्हेंस नहीं होता है, हम लोग रिटेंशन पावर घट जाता है ब्रेन का। इसलिए सुबह बोला जाता है पढ़ने के लिए, उस टाइम हम लोग का माइंड जो बहुत ज़्यादा फ्रेश रहता है। ये भी कर सकती हो कि अगर लाइव क्लास नहीं चलता है तो फिर यू कैन जो स्किप कर सकती हो वो 11 बजे क्लास वाली क्लास, और उसको सुबह मतलब ट्रांसफ़र कर सकती हो, जिस टाइम तुमको मन ना लगे उस टाइम पढ़ लो। आई कैन ओनली सजेस्ट यू। पूरी क्लास का लेक्चर नाइट में रिवाइज करती हूँ। अच्छा, बट कोशिश करो कि 12 बजे तक सो जाने का, तब तुम आराम से तुम्हारा बॉडी मतलब फुल फोकस्ड हो जाएगा सुबह सुबह। 1 बजे तो फिर कैसे तुम उठती हो 6 बजे, जस्ट हमको तो मतलब इम्पॉसिबल सा लगता है। हम तो अगर 12 बजे सोते तो हम 8 बजे से पहले नहीं उठ पाते। ठीक है, इतना हो गया, 7:27 हो गया, 38 हो गया टाइम। The Indian Constitution guarantees the right to अच्छा ठीक है, पढ़ो तो जैसे हो रहा है तुम्हारा। आई विल सजेस्ट कि अगर नहीं भी टाइम मैनेज कर पा रही हो ना तो यू कैन गो फॉर द मेडिटेशन या योगा थोड़ा देर करो, पर 14 मिनट भी अगर कर लोगे ना तो योर बॉडी विल बी टू मच जॉब, बहुत फ्रेश हो जाएगा। शॉर्ट नोट्स बनाने के लिए तुमको सबसे पहले उस चैप्टर को थरली एक बार पढ़ना है, फिर उसको याद करना है। तो तुमको ऐसा बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स होगा जो कि याद हो जाएगा, तो उसको नहीं लिखना है, ठीक है। जो बेसिक पॉइंट है उसको नहीं लिखना है, और जो पॉइंट्स याद नहीं हो रहा है, और एक ऐसे डायग्राम टाइप का बना लो, ऐसे एज अ होल बना लो हॉलिस्टिक वे में, ठीक है। ऐसे नहीं कि बस सब कुछ रट लिए और उसको लिख दिए, नहीं। नोट्स का मतलब होता है कि एकदम क्रिस्प रहना चाहिए नोट्स। तो उसको मतलब जो चीज़ तुमको याद नहीं हो रहा वो नोट्स बनाओ, और एक होलिस्टिक लीगली लोग ये स्ट्रक्चर हम पढ़े थे, हमको याद है। ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर में कुछ कुछ पॉइंट्स 1 2 3 लिख दो इस टाइप से। यू डोंट हैव टू राइट ऑल द पॉइंट्स, मतलब वो भी इन डिटेल। फिर उसको देखो और फिर उसको याद कर, जैसे स्ट्रक्चर का कुछ सेल का ही स्ट्रक्चर ही लिखिए। तुमको पॉइंट्स याद नहीं आ रहा तो बैक बुक में जाओ, देखो। तो फिर अगर तुमको याद है तो ठीक है, नहीं याद है तो फिर से इसको थोड़ा सा कहीं पे लिख दो, शॉर्ट में ही। राइट टू फ्रीडम ऑफ रिलीजन, आर्टिकल 25 से लेकर 28 The Indian Constitution guarantees the right to freedom of religion in Article 25 to 28. This enshrines the principle of the religious tolerance and pluralism in India's diverse society, embodying the principle of the secular religious right allows individual to community to practice their faith without fear of the discrimination, subject to public order, morality, and higher. Article 25, that is freedom of conscience and free profession, practice and propagation of the religion. Article 25 is a cornerstone of India's secular democracy, guaranteeing freedom of religion to all individuals. Freedom guaranteed is essence for freedom given in image, that is the freedom of conscience, freedom of profess, freedom to practice, and freedom to propagate. कॉन्साइंस मतलब दिल से, मतलब सोच समझ के प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं, प्रोपोगेट कर सकते हैं। Equality for the this freedom should apply equally to all person of the India, that is regardless of their citizenship. Reasonable restrictions. Freedoms are subjected to the public order, morality, and health and other provisions of the Constitution. This allows the government to impose some limitation in the interest of the social harmony and the well-being. State and the religion. The state government cannot promote any particular religion and discriminate on religious ground. That is the significant. Article 25 promotes religious tolerance, pluralism, and peaceful. ठीक है, अब जाओ पढ़ो तुम। अगर लेक्चर मतलब जैसे कि सर पढ़ा रहे हैं, अगर तुमको जैसे लगे कि सर बहुत स्लो पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो तुम कुछ 1.2x थोड़ा कर दो, कि तुम अगर समझ पा रही हो तो कर दो, ठीक है। ऐसा नहीं है कि एकदम धीरे धीरे पढ़ा रहे हैं। कुछ पार्ट है जो स्किप भी करना चाहते, जैसे कुछ ऐसा कुछ सुनाने लगे चुटकुला, या कुछ कोई स्टोरी जिससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, या कोई भी मोटिवेशन नहीं मिलने वाला, उसको स्किप कर दो। तो ऐसे क्या होता है, कुछ टाइम बच सकता है। रट्टा, नॉट रट्टा, thoroughly reading it. I have a bad habit to read it loudly. कभी भी हम अगर पढ़ रहे हैं तो मन में पढ़ेंगे तो it will take lots of time. ठीक है। State and the religion. The state government cannot promote any promote religious tolerance, that is pluralism and peaceful coexistence of the diverse faiths in India. That is the freedom of religion and right to privacy are interlinked. Freedom of religion and the right to privacy are interlinked. कैसे? The Supreme Court in the Rajendra Bihari Lal versus State of the Uttar Pradesh held that the right to privacy, that is Article 21, closely linked to with the freedom of religion. Article 25. The court stated that freedom of conscience includes the right to choose, change, and keeps one's religion private, and enforcing public disclosure of faith can violate privacy. Enforcing public disclosure of. Are you Mathili? Are you Mathil? Not Mathil. But yes, I also belong to UR. The Supreme Court in the Rajendra Bihari versus State of Uttar Pradesh held that the right to privacy, Article 21, is closely linked with the freedom of religion. with the freedom of religion, that is Article 25. Constitutes the freedom of conscience include right to choose, change, and keeps one religion private. Enforcing public disclosure of faith can violate privacy. It also emphasizes that the laws like anti-conversion law must satisfy the it also implies that the laws like anti-conversion laws must satisfy the privacy standard laid down in um, KP Puttaswamy, K.S. Puttaswamy case and William from individual autonomy in matters of faith and as held in the Safin Jahan case. Safin Jahan. Sweta है okay and take care and see you bye. Okay, bye bye. Thank you, sir. That is यहाँ पे PCS Puttaswamy case that होगा. उसके बाद and upon individual autonomy in matters of the faith as held in the Safin Jahan case. Significant the strengthened individual autonomy in matter of the faith as upon individual autonomy in matters of individual autonomy in matters of faith as informed in the Rajan Bihari Lal case, PCS Puttaswamy case and Safin Jahan case. Protect against forced disclosure or coercion in religious choice, upholding dignity and freedom of choice. Protect against forced disclosure or coercion in religious upholding dignity or the freedom of conscience limits. Subject to reasonable restriction like the public order, morality, and health under Article 25. Tension with the anti-conversion law, where the state regulation may conflict with the privacy rights. Subject to reasonable restrictions like public order, morality, and health under Article 25. Tension with the anti-conversion laws, where state regulation may conflict with the white noise. Is it listening noise? Is it listening? No, white noise. What do you mean by white noise? क्या होता है? हाँ जी, पढ़ो श्वेता. Yes, प्रतिभा, I am married और 10 बच्चे हैं मेरे. What a question, bro. Reservation and the सबसे पहले इसमें PCS Puttaswamy केस है, फिर बिहारी लाल दैट इज राजन बिहारी लाल वर्सेस उत्तर प्रदेश है, और एक है दैट इज साफिन जहान केस. रिजर्वेशन एंड रिलीजियस कन्वर्शन इन द Chintada Anand case, the Supreme Court ruled that the SC status is lost upon conversion to the Christianity or Islam, as this religion do not recognize the caste system. It held that profess under Article 25 implies openly practicing a religion, and SC benefit cannot continue if a person openly practicing a religion implies openly. It held that to profess under Article 25 openly practicing a religion cannot a person adopt a religion outside the caste framework. The court observed that reservation is a remedy for caste-based discrimination and is not required after conversion. However, the issue remained contested due to the claims that the well converts still face discrimination, and the KG Balakrishnan Committee is examining the extension of SC status to such converts. आपका व्हाट्सएप नंबर मिल सकता है क्या? यदि मैं आपको डिस्कस नहीं करूँगी कॉमेंट्स. अरे नहीं, आई डोंट यूज़ एनी काइंड ऑफ साउंड. ये साउंड मतलब ये बस डाल दिए है ना, तो आई एम नॉट एबल टू. तो मेरी मम्मी पीछे बात कर रही है किसी से फ़ोन पे, तो नहीं सुनते हैं. बस नथिंग एल्स. इसे ये हटा दिए तो थोड़ा सा कोई साउंड नहीं सुनते. अगर करेंगे तो फिर पढ़ाई कैसे कर पाएंगे. सॉरी श्वेता, आई वॉन्ट बी एबल टू प्रोवाइड यू माई नंबर. यू कैन ज्वाइन माई ग्रुप टेलीग्राम ग्रुप है बनाए हैं, दैट इज़ इम्पोर्टेंट चिट चैट, यू कैन मैसेज मी देयर, वहाँ से आई विल कनेक्ट विथ यू पर्सनली। मेरे पोस्ट में जाके देख लो, है वीडियो के पोस्ट में जाके, सॉरी यूट्यूब के पोस्ट में जाके देखो, है वहाँ पे। However, the issue remains contested due to the claim that the Dalit converts still face discrimination, and the KG Balakrishnan is examining the extension of the SC status to such converts. That is the significant issue. Reservation remains a remedy for caste-based discrimination, as clarified in Chitananda Anand case, Chitada Anand case, Chitada Anand case. That the remedy for the caste-based discrimination, as clarified. Insurance remains a remedy for caste-based discrimination. Maintain constitutional intent of a community as linked to the social oppression within the caste framework. Ignores continued social discrimination faced by the government. Immigration ignores continued social discrimination faced by the Dalit and the ongoing debate. KG Balakrishnan Commission was revised and state policy uncertainty. That is the RTE Act versus minority rights. The Supreme Court has reformed the Pramati Education and the Cultural Trust judgment for reconsidering, which had excluded minority institution from the RTE Act. The key issue is whether Article 21, the right to education, and Article 31A can coexist, as exclusion of minority schools may remain the goals of inclusive and the universal elementary education. Bye bye. Significant promote universal elementary education, Article 21A, and inclusivity. That is promote universal elementary education, Article 21, and re-examination of Pramati makes better balance between equality and minority rights. It is conflict with the Article 331 may dilute minority institutional autonomy and this over-regulation of the minority schools affecting. Hello. It is a conflict with the Article 30, Clause 1 may dilute minority institutional autonomy and risk of over-regulation of minority rights affecting cultural and educational rights. Right to freedom of religion, Article 25, Article 28. The Indian Constitution guarantees the right to freedom of religion in Articles 25 to 28. In this enshrines the principle of the religious tolerance and pluralism in India's diverse society. Embodying the principle of secularism, this right allows individual and community to practice their faith without fear of discrimination, subject to public order, morality, and the employment. Article 25, that is freedom of conscience and the free profession, that is practice and the propagation of the religion. Article 25 is a cornerstone of the India's secular democracy, guaranteeing freedom is of religion to all individuals. सबसे पहला है freedom of conscience, freedom of profess, freedom of practice, and freedom to propagate. Freedom guarantee it in science for freedom, ठीक है? Equality for all. That is that this freedom can apply equally to all persons in India regardless of the citizenship. Reasonable restrictions this freedom are subject to the public order, morality, and the health and other provisions of the Constitution. These freedom are subject to public order, morality, and health. These freedom apply equally to all persons in These freedom are subject to the public order, morality, and health. Public order, morality, and health, and then provision of the Constitution. This allows the government to impose some limitation in the interest of the social harmony and well-being. The state and the religion, the government cannot promote any particular religion or discriminate on religious grounds. Article 25. The state promotes religion tolerance, pluralism, and the peaceful coexistence of the diverse faith in India. Freedom of religion and the right to privacy are interlinked. The Supreme Court in Rajendra Bihari Lal versus the State of Uttar Pradesh held that the right to privacy, Article 1921, and is interlinked with the Supreme with the freedom of religion Article 25. The court stated the freedom of conscience includes right to choice, change, and keep one religion private, and forcing public disclosure of faith and moral privacy. It also emphasizes that the law, like the anti-conversion law, must satisfy the privacy standard laid down in the Pattaswamy case and reaffirm. It also emphasizes that the law, like anti-conversion law, must satisfy the privacy standards laid down in the Pattaswamy case and reaffirm the individual autonomy in matter of faith and reaffirm the individual autonomy in the matter of faith as held in the Safi Jahan case. And individual autonomy signifies individual autonomy in matters of the faith as affirmed in the Rajendra Bihari Lal and the case Pattaswamy case and the Safi Jahan case. Protect against forced disclosure or coercion in religious choice for Indian freedom of conscience. Limitation subject to reasonable restriction like public order, morality, and health. Subject to reasonable restrictions like public order, morality, and health under Article 25. Subject to reasonable restrictions. Subject to reasonable restrictions like public order, morality, and health under Article 25. Limitations subject to reasonable restrictions like public order, morality, and health under Article 25. Subject to reasonable restrictions. Limitations subject to reasonable restrictions like public order, morality, and health. Lesson and the anti-conversion law where state regulation may conflict with the privacy religion and the religious conversion. In the Chintada Anand case, March 12, the Supreme Court ruled that the same class is lost upon conversion to the Christianity of the Islam, as this religion do not recognize the caste of it held that the profess under Article 25 implies openly practicing a religion and SC benefit cannot continue in the caste framework. The court observed that reservation is a remedy for the caste discrimination and is to required after conversion. However, the issues remain consistent with the convert issue for definition and the KG Balakrishna comes by the extension of the SC status to such conversion. So reservation remains a remedy. Issue reservation remains a remedy remains for the caste discrimination as clarified in the Chintada and the surveys. Maintain constitutional intent of affirmative action linked to the social oppression within the constitution caste framework. Maintain constitutional intent of affirmative action linked to social oppression within the caste framework. Maintain constitutional intent of affirmative action. Issue reservation remains a maintain constitutional intent. Maintain constitutional intent of affirmative action linked to the social oppression within the caste framework. Limitation ignore continued social discrimination faced by the social and ongoing debate, that is the KG Balakrishnan Commission 2022 create policy or uncertainty. Ongoing debate are example KG Balakrishnan create ongoing debate create policy uncertainty. That is ongoing debate create policy uncertainty. Ongoing debate create policy uncertainty. Ongoing debate ठीक है। तो क्या है पहले ongoing debate peer policy uncertainty. Article Personal Monetary Act, that is the Supreme Court has reformed the Pramati educational. The Supreme Court has referred the Pramati Education and Culture Trust, Pramati Education and Culture Trust, was a judgment for reconsider which had excluded monetary institution from the RTA Act. The key issue is whether RTA and Article 31 can coexist, as exclusion of the monetary school may undermine the goals of the may undermine the goal of inclusive and universal elementary education. Promote universal elementary education. Article 21 and inclusively re-examination of the Pramati service mentioned the Pramati education and culture. Re-examination of Pramati case may ensure better balance between the equality and the monetary right. Conflict with the Article 30 Clause 1 may dilute monetary institution autonomy. Risk of over-regulation of monetary schools affecting culture and education. Risk of over-regulation of school affect culture and education right. ठीक है, उसके बाद क्या है, risk of over regulation may affect risk of over regulation of the monetary schools affecting culture and education right. Risk of over regulation of the monetary schools affecting culture and education right. Culture and education right. Over regulation right. Culture and education are right. Article 29 or 30. The Constitution appreciating India's vast cultural diversity also protected culture and education right under Article 29 and 30, ensuring that no minority group is alienated or marginalized. Article 29, protection of the interests of the minority. Article 29 of the Indian Constitution is a crucial safeguard for the nation's rich diversity. It guarantees the culture and the educational right of minorities, ensuring India's unique language, script and tradition can flourish. Right to conserve culture. Any group of the citizen with a distinct culture script has the right to preserve and promote it. This empower minority communities to maintain their heritage and custom. Non-discriminatory education. No citizen can be denied admission to a state-run or state to a state-run or state-funded education institution solely based on the religion, race, caste, language, or any of them. This ensures equal access to the education regardless of the equal access to the education regardless of the background, fostering inclusivity. Article 29 promotes national unity by celebrating diversity and guaranteeing cultural protections for minority groups. By celebrating diversity and guaranteeing cultural protection for the minority groups. 29 promote national unity. 29 promote national unity by celebrating diversity and guaranteeing cultural protection for minority groups. Article 30, that is the right to minority to serve administration education. Right of the minority to establish and administer education institution. Right of the minority to establish and administer education institution. That is the Article 30 of the 30 safeguard the education right of the minority. Establishment of the administration. That is the establishment and administration of religious and the linguistic minority have the right to establish and manage education institutions of their choice. limitation of the educational right, that is Article 29. Recently, Patna High Court held that the right to establish and administer educational institutions is not absolute and may be expired and must be expired with transparency and accountability. It forced irregular appointment, stating constitution protection cannot be used to justify more administration. Education in the mother tongue. This right extend to providing education to the children in their own language. Regulation for quality. This right is not unrestricted. The government can implement regulation to ensure the educational quality and academic excellence of the institution. The government can implement regulation to right article. The recently the Supreme Court has concluded for the Paramati educational and the cultural trust in judgment for reconciliation, which had excluded minority institutions from the RTA Act. The key issue is whether attention can cause an exclusion of minority groups may undermine the goal of the inclusive and alternate universal elementary education. ठीक है, significance क्या है कि promote universal education and inclusivity. Re-examination of the Paramati may ensure better balance between the quality and minority identification. Conflict with Article 30 Clause 1 may dilute minority institution autonomy. Risks of over-regulation of the minority group affect culture and the educational right. Be non-discrimination. Risk of non-discrimination. Risk of non-discrimination in funding. The state cannot discriminate against minority-run education institutions when granting financial aid. Fair acquisition of the property. Article 30 Clause 1A, that is ensure fair compensation when acquiring property belonging to minority institutions. Fair acquisition property. Article 31 Clause 1 ensure fair compensation when acquiring property belonging to minority institution. AMU minority institution and the Constitution interpretation. In November 2024, the Supreme Court revisited AMU minority status under Article 30, reviewing the financial decision to associate when the court suggested a broad interpretation of established by the community, which raises concern about the balance between minority right and the state involvement. And the state involvement. ठीक है, इसके बाद है कि the term established हो गया है. This must be understood broadly, focusing on the actual creators and the purpose behind the institution rather than relying solely on the stationary language. The judgment could allow AMU to retain its minority character potentially, that is influencing its administration and administration policies. It may lead to a more flexible approach in governance, enabling Muslims representation, while also possibly affecting the extent of the delegation or preference given to the Muslim student in administration. This case highlights the tension between the institutional autonomy and constitutional guarantees. Hello, Kiran Kribal. Right to constitutional remedies. Culture and regulation are Article 29 and 30. Constitution appreciating India's vast cultural diversity. Also protect culture and regulation right under 29 and 30, ensuring that no minority group is marginalized or alienated. Article 29, protection of the interest of the minority. Article 29 of the Indian Constitution is a crucial safeguard for the nation's rich diversity. It guaranteed the culture and the educational right of the minority, ensuring India's unique language, script, and the tradition can flourish. Right to conserve culture. Right to conserve any group or the citizen with a distinct language, script, and the culture has the right to preserve and promote it. This empowers minority community to maintain their heritage and customs. Non-discriminatory education. No citizen can be denied admission to the state-run or state-funded education institution solely based on the religion, caste, language, and any of them. This ensures equal access to the education regardless of the background, fostering inclusivity. Article 29 promote national unity by celebrating diversity and guaranteeing cultural protection for minority group and guaranteeing cultural protection for minority group and guaranteeing cultural protection for minority group and guaranteeing cultural protection for minority group. Article 30 right to of the minority to establish and administer education. Right to right of the minority to establish and right of the minority to establish and administer education institution. Right of the minority to establish and administer education institution. Right of the minority to establish and administer. Article 30 safeguard the education right to the minority establishment and administration. The religious and linguistic minority have the right to establish and manage education institution of their choice. Limitation of the minority education right. Article 29 of 30. Recently, Patna High Court held that the right to establish and administer education institution under Article 29 and 30 is not absolute and must be exercised with transparency and accountability. It was irregular appointments stating constitutional protection cannot be used to justify maladministration. Education in mother tongue. This right extends to providing education to their child in their own language. Regulation for the quality. This right is not unrestricted. Regulation for quality. This right is not unrestricted. 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 The government can implement regulation to ensure the government can implement regulation to ensure the education quality and excellence of regulation to ensure the education quality and the academic excellence of this institution. RT Act versus the Monetary Rights. Recently, the Supreme Court has referred the promoting education and the culture trust the judgment for reconstruction which had excluded monetary institution from the RTA. The key issue is whether Article 21 right of education and Article 31 clause 1 can coexist as inclusion. Exclusion of the monetary schools may undermine execution of the monetary groups may undermine the as exclusion of the monetary clause may undermine the goal of the student. As exclusion of the monetary schools may undermine the goal of the inclusive and the universal elementary education. Significant the promote universal education, that is promote universal elementary education Article 21A and inclusivity. Re-examination of the Pramati 2014 may ensure better balance between the equality and the minority rights. Re-examination of the Pramati 2014 may ensure better balance between equality and may ensure better balance between equality and minority rights. May ensure better balance between equality and minority rights. May ensure better balance between equality and minority rights. May ensure better balance between equality and minority rights. Equality and conflict with Article 31 clause may dilute minority institution autonomy. Conflict with Article 31 may dilute minority institution minorities institution autonomy. Risk of over-regulation of the minority schools affecting the culture and regulation act. But at the minorities institution autonomy. Non-discrimination in funding. The state cannot discriminate against minority-run education institution when granting paid financial aid. Paid acquisition of the property. Article 31 clause 1A ensure fair compensation when acquiring property belonging to a minority education institution. EMU minority status and the constitutional interpretation. In November 2024, the Supreme Court revisited the EMU's minority status under Article 30, giving the final decision to a separate bench. Therefore, suggested a broad interpretation of the established by the community. The broad interpretation of the established by the community, which raises concern about the balance between minority rights and the state involvement, which raises concerns about the balance between the minority rights and the state involvement. आज मेरा तो दीदी पानी बाहर ओके कोई नहीं, कल करना और क्या या रात में करना. Conflict with the article. The state cannot discriminate against minority and non-discrimination in funding. The state cannot discriminate against minority and education institutions when granting financial aid. Non-discrimination in funding. Risk of over-regulation of minority schools affecting culture and the educational right. Non-discrimination. Article 31A ensure fair compensation and now for the Supreme Court will visit amongst minorities to turn reviewing the final decision to prevent the court suggested a broad interpretation of established by community which is concerned about the balance between the minority right and the state involvement. The term established in Article 31A must be understood broadly, focusing on the actual creator and purpose behind the institution rather than relying solely on the statutory language. Understood broadly, focusing on the actual purpose or creators behind the institution rather than relying solely on the statutory language. The judgment could allow AMA to retain its minority character, potentially influencing administration and admission policy. It may also lead to more flexible approach in governance, enabling Muslim representatives also possibly affecting the extent of reservation or representation in governance, enabling Muslim representation. It may also lead to more flexible approach in governance, enabling Muslim representation. Also possibly affecting the extent of the reservation or preference, while also possibly affecting the extent of the reservation or preference. This is guys for constitution guarantee. Right to constitutional assembly. Article 32. That is, Article 32 is a cornerstone of the India's fundamental right, ensuring the judicial enforcement of this right. Dr. Pierre called it the most important article of the Constitution. Article right to constitutional remedies. कैसे होता था यार? Paul was correct. Article 32 is a cornerstone of the India's fundamental right, ensuring the judicial enforcement of this right. It is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar called it the most important article of the Constitution, describing it as the very soul and the heart of the Constitution. It allows individuals to approach the Supreme Court for the protection of their fundamental right to constitutional remedies, making it a crucial safeguard for the democracy and the justice, empowering individuals. It empowered the discipline to directly approach the Supreme Court. They believe there is multiple enforcement. It provides a mechanism to ensure these fundamental rights are just written words but enforceable legal. Current just but enforceable legal guarantee is directed for bid for enforcement. The Supreme Court has the power to issue writs such as the habeas corpus, mandamus, provisions, authority, and 400 to rectify the revolution. There is parliamentary power. Parliament can try other rules, that is the like article to issue similar the article that to issue over the Supreme Court power to remain supreme. It strengthens that is the rule of the law. It strengthens that is the rule of the law. It strengthens the rule of the law. It ensures the government respects fundamental right and act within its legal boundaries. It strengthens that is the rule of the law. It ensures the government respects fundamental right and act within its legal boundaries. It strengthens the rule of the law. It ensures the government respects fundamental rights and act within its legal boundaries. Provides legal recourse, that is empowers the individual to fight for their right and seek justice, protect vulnerable citizens after the safeguard against arbitrary actions of the state. Right to constitution amendment. Article 32 is a cornerstone of India's fundamental right, ensuring the judicial enforcement of this right. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar called it the most important article of the Constitution, describing it the very soul and heart of the Constitution. It allows individuals to approach the Supreme Court for the protection of their fundamental right, making it a crucial safeguard for democracy and justice, empowering individuals. It empowers every citizen to directly approach the Supreme Court of India if they believe their fundamental right has been violated by the government or any other authority. Fundamental right enforcement. It empowers a mechanism to ensure these fundamental rights aren't just written words but enforceable legal guarantees. Writ for enforcement. The Supreme Court has the power to issue writ such as the habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, authority, and 400 to rectify the violation. Parliamentary power. Parliament can authorize other court under article that is like High Court to issue similar writ under Article 3226. However, the Supreme Court power to issue writ remains supreme. Strengthen the rule of the law. It ensures the government respects fundamental rights and acts within its legal boundaries. Provide legal recourse. It empowers individual to fight. Provide legal recourse. It empowers individual to fight for their right and seek justice. It empowers individual to fight for their right and seek justice. Protect vulnerable citizens. It acts as a safeguard against arbitrary action of the state. And the state. case of the enforcement of the fundamental right, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is limited but not exclusive. In case of the enforcement of the fundamental right, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is original but not exclusive. It is concurrent with the jurisdiction of the High Court. The jurisdiction of the fundamental rights. That the writs are the order issued by the Supreme Court, the High Court, to protect the fundamental right of the citizens. Habeas corpus, you may have the body. Habeas corpus, you may have the body. Mandamus to be command. Provision to forbid certificate to be certified or warranted by what authority? ठीक है. सबसे पहले by what authority? That is habeas corpus, mandamus, be command. ठीक है. Provision to forbid certificate to be certified and warranted by what authority? Habeas corpus means you may have the body. That is the an order to produce a detained person before the court to examine the legality of detention can be issued against both public authority and the private individual. An order to produce a detained person before the court to examine the legality and other detention can be issued by both against both public authorities and the private individual. Protection of the fundamental right provided to challenge violation of the fundamental right. ठीक है. उसके बाद illegal detention by the police, example illegal detention, mandamus, command. A command to a public official to perform their duty by the Supreme Court to ensure that actions by the government and the state are lawful. Order to a government official to do duty. Provision to forbid issued by a higher court to a lower court or tribunal to prevent exceeding or observing that is the jurisdiction. It is speedy and the effective remedy. Offers a swift and effective remedy compared to the lengthy procedure. Lower court trying to escape from its bar. Certificate needs to be certified. Issued to a lower court or tribunal to transfer a case of pass an order due to excess jurisdiction or error of law. इंग्लिश में रिवीजन करती हूँ. हाँ जी. देखो इंग्लिश में ही लिखना पड़ता है तो हैव टू डू दिस. Issued to a lower court or tribunal to transfer a case or pass an order due to its execution or error of law. Issued to a lower court. Issued to a lower court or the tribunal to transfer a case or pass. Issued to a lower court or a tribunal to transfer a case or pass an order due to excess jurisdiction or the error of law, causing an illegal order. That ensures accountability, keeps authorities accountable for their actions and prevent arbitrary power use. No one warrant or type of authority issued to inquire into the warrant or issued to inquire into the legality of a person claim to a public office preventing illegal absorption by what authority issued to inquire into the legality of a person claims to a public office preventing illegal absorption. Indian rule of the law ensures everyone including the government operate within the legal parameter pursuing the right to a public office. In case of the enforcement of the fundamental right, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is original but not exclusive. In case of the enforcement of the fundamental right, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is original but not exclusive. It is concurrent with the jurisdiction of the High Court and Article 2. Types of the writs are order issued by the High Courts, issued by the High Court or the Supreme Court to protect the fundamental right of the citizen. Habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, provision for habeas corpus means you have the body. In order to procedure, in order to produce a detained person before the court to examine the legality of the detention can be issued against both public authority and the public individual. Protection of the fundamental right provide a tool to challenge violation of the fundamental right. That is the illegal detention by the police. Mandamus means we command a descriptive. A command to a public official to perform their official duty that have been neglected or refused can be issued against public bodies, corporation, or the tribunal. That is judicial review. By the Supreme Court to ensure that the actions by the government and the authority are lawful. Order to a government official to do the judicial influence, judicial review. By the Supreme Court to ensure that the actions by a government and authorities are lawful. Provision to convey, that is issued by a higher court to a lower court or tribunal to prevent exceeding or obstructing jurisdiction. Speedy and effective remedy offers a swift and effective remedy compared to lengthy procedure. Issued by a high court to a lower court, issued by a higher court to a lower or tribunal to prevent exceeding or obstructing jurisdiction. Speedy and effective remedy offers a swift and effective remedy compared to the lengthy procedure. Lower court trying beyond its power. Certiorari means to be certified, issued to a lower court or the tribunal to transfer a case or quash an order due to excess jurisdiction or error of law. Issued accountability keeps authority accountable for their actions and prevent arbitrary power use. Quashing an illegal order. Quashing an illegal order. क्या था इसका मतलब? Quashing an illegal order. Warrant by what authority? Issued by to inquire into the legality of a person claim public office implementing illegal exception of the office, that is implemented rule of the issued everyone's including the government operate within the legal parameters. Habeas corpus petition and NSA Sona Wangchu case. Sona Wangchu was detained under the National Security Act NSA 1988 and his habeas corpus petition has been filed in the court challenging detention. NSA permits prevention detention up to 12 months to maintain public order. Permits preventive detention up to 12 months to maintain public order in National Security. The Supreme Court held that such detention must strictly comply with Article 21 safeguard based on the relevant material and subject to judicial review and arbitrariness and misuses. It enforces judicial review over preventive detention. Protecting Article 21 ensures executive of accountability of national security laws like the NSA. Broad discretionary power related to misuse under हेलो मोशन अच्छा है मतलब passing in today's news I don't know क्या मतलब for the restriction on fundamental right to of the member of the armed forces, Article 33. Article 3 is habeas corpus petition and NSA Sonam Wangchu was detained under the National Security Act NSA 1980 and a habeas corpus petition has been filed in the Supreme Court challenging his detention. NSA permitted prevention detention. I don't know the meaning of that first actually मैं क्या बोलती हूँ go get Google. NSA promised prevention NSA permits prevention detention up to 1 month preventive detention under public order national. Full. What do you mean full? Half full. NSA permit preventive detention up to 12 months recommended by public order examinations. The Supreme Court held that such detention must strictly comply with Article 21 safeguard based on the relevant material and is subject to judicial review against arbitrariness or misuse. The NSA permit safeguard be based on the relevant material and is subject to judicial review against arbitrariness and misuse. Reinforces judicial review over preventive decision protecting Article 21 right. Ensure executive accountability in cases of violation laws like NSA. Ensure executive accountability in cases of the NSA Act. Broad discriminatory power under Article may lead to misuse. Broad discriminatory powers under preventive detention can undermine personal liberty with limited immediate remedies. Please read more. थोड़ा side में. Hello Sharif. Side. कुछ ऐसा आप बोले होंगे इस वजह से मैं भी preventive detention can undermine that is the personal liberty with limited immediate remedies. Can undermine personal liberty with limited restriction on the fundamental right of the member of the armed forces. Restriction on fundamental right while martial law is enforced. Restriction on the fundamental right of restriction on the fundamental rights of the members of the armed forces. Restriction on the fundamental rights of the restriction on Article 33, that is the restriction on fundamental rights of member of the armed forces. Restriction on the fundamental right of arms and restriction on the fundamental right of the member of the armed forces. Restriction on the fundamental rights of member of the armed forces. Restriction on the fundamental right of the member of the armed forces. And restriction on the fundamental rights. Restriction on the fundamental right while and restriction on the fundamental rights while martial law in Article 34 while enjoy Rocky. मम्मी के कुछ दोगे मैया हेलो अंकुश उनको अपने हक के लिए ना बोलना ही पड़ेगा, डरना ही पड़ेगा। गलत रहो मेरा restriction on the restriction on the fundamental right of the member of the armed forces, that is Article 33 purposes. It empowers the Parliament to restrict some fundamental right for the member of the system of fundamental right of member of the. It empowers the fundamental right the Parliament to restrict some fundamental right of the member of the armed forces, paramilitary, and the potential intelligence units through not explicitly mentioned justification. The limitations are extended to ensure the limitations are extended to ensure the proper discharge of the duties and maintain discipline within this limitation are intended to ensure the proper discharge of the duty and maintaining discipline within these forces. Ensure the proper discharge of the duties and maintain discipline within these forces. The limitation intended to ensure the proper discharge of duties and maintain discipline within these forces. Rights potentially affected. While not explicitly stated, any fundamental right could be restricted under Article 33, depending on the situation. However, this power is not absolute and court might intervene if the restrictions are deemed excessive. That is deemed excessive. If deemed excessive, it is the example, the right to freedom of speech might be restricted for suited to maintain operation secrecy or prevent insubordination or prevent insubordination. Restriction of the fundamental मेरे तुलसी में पानी दे दो, पूरा सूख गया है अजीब से।
कथी में
तुलसी और
ये आके देने छी दूध कथी बा
धूप बहुत है ना।
कहाँ से पीवा दुकान कब क्या दे दी
छोटा है ना
बिहार कल संभलिए ना
इसीलिए बोले। Restriction on the fundamental right while martial law is enforced. Article 34, that is the martial law. This article applies when martial law is enforced in any part of the India. That is, martial law is a situation where the military takes control of the civil authority to maintain order. This article applies when the martial law is imposed in any part of the India. That is, the martial law is a situation where the military takes control of the civilian authority to maintain order. That is the restriction on right. During martial law, Parliament can pass laws that restrict the fundamental right guaranteed by the Part 3 of the Constitution. Protection for the जानती है I was talking to my mom. See, these articles acknowledge the need to temporarily limit some right for the greater good of nation security and public good. This article acknowledges the need to temporarily limit some right for the greater good of the national security and public good. Exception the fundamental Article 31A. This article protects 5 categories of laws entitled to the agricultural land reforms or an industry commerce from being challenged for violating the right to equality. Article 14 and Article 19. Freedom. Article 31A. This article protects 5 categories of laws related to the agricultural land reforms and industry commerce from being challenged for violating the right to equality and freedom. Article 19. That is the Article 31B. Laws and regulations listed in the 9th schedule are sealed from challenges based on the fundamental right violation. Laws and regulations listed in the 9th schedules are sealed from challenges based on the fundamental right violation. However, the Supreme Court ruling in the IRCLO case clarified that this immunity isn't absolute. Laws added to the 9th schedule after April 27, 1973 can be challenged if they violate fundamental constitutional principle. Article 31C, that is the introduced by the 25th after April 24, 1973. Introduced by the 25th Amendment. This article aimed to protect laws implementing socialist directive principle. Article 39B and C and from challenge based on the articles 14 equality and freedom 19. Okay. Prevent court from questioning whether a law claiming to implement socialist policies actually achieves this bad goal. The Supreme Court landmark Samnanda Gharti case declared the second provision of the Article 31C and constitutional judicial review in the fundamental aspect of constitution that Parliament cannot take it away. However, the first provision of the Article protecting laws implementing socialist directive principles are upheld. By the 42nd Amendment 1973, Article 31C extended protection of all directive principles, not just Article 39B and C. It barred judicial review even if laws made to implement any DPSP violated Article 14 and 15. जनजे स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट के बारे में आपको क्या कहना है? ठीक था या गलत? बिल्कुल ठीक था. जो भी अपने हित के लिए लड़ाई किए थे वो सारे ठीक थे, बट द वे दे हैव अटैक्ड पुलिस विद द पेबल स्टोन्स एंड abused प्रधानमंत्री जी's मदर was too unworthy. वो करना नहीं चाहिए था. It has to be that peaceful protest. और बहुत सारे ऐसे थे युवा, that is youth, जिसने ऐसा किया था. That was to ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. I mean, मेरा कोई बदतमीजी नहीं की थी तो पूछा था. आई एम श्योर कि तुम ऐसा कुछ पूछे होगे जिससे मुझे गुस्सा आ गया होगा. आई एम 100% श्योर. Thus, the Supreme Court in Minerva Mill case, that is 1988, struck it down, holding that it violated the basic structure by the upsetting the balance between fundamental rights and division and limit amending power of the protect the fundamental right. So, exception to the fundamental right, Article 31A, B, C. Okay, 31. This article protects 5 categories of the law established related to the agriculture, reform, and industry commerce from being challenged for violating the right of the equality from being challenged by violating the right to equality for violating the right to equality. Article 14 and Article 14. This article protects 5 categories of law related to the article agricultural and reform and industry commerce from being challenged for violating the right to equality. Article 14 and freedom. Article 19. Article 31B. Laws and regulations listed in the 9th schedule are shielded from challenges. Laws and the regulations listed in the 9 schedules are shielded from challenges based on the fundamental right violation. However, the Supreme Court held that ruling in the IR Cello case clarified that this immunity isn't absolute. Laws added to the 9th schedule after April 27, 1973 can be challenged if they violate fundamental right or core constitutional principle. Article 31C, that is introduced by the 25th Amendment. This article aimed to protect law implementing socialist directive principles. Protect law implementing socialist directive principles. Article 39 and B, C and C from challenges based on Article 14 equality and freedom. ठीक है? Prevents court from questioning whether a law claiming to implement the socialist policy has actually achieved the goal. The Supreme Court landmark Krishnananda Bharti case 1970 declared the second provision of Article 31C unconstitutional. That is, the judicial liberty is a fundamental aspect of the Constitution, and Parliament cannot take it away. एग्जाम में भी टाइम है. रख दो ना. वाह.
ठीक है. जान गोर पकड़ी.
किसका? क्या चीज? कहाँ से?
देख लिया.
किसका है मम्मी? अच्छा वो हाँ. all the our heart to do something about the block or a part
Ma'am, ma'am. Someone did her din sarap pero mabaiyo deh.
हेलो दीदी, आप रात भर पढ़ाई करती हो? रात भर तो नहीं करते हैं, बट 11 साढ़े 11 बजे तक कर तो करते हैं। It bought digital where even a blog need to implement any repressive volatile after blog need to implement the bought digital where the blog need to implement any education volatile. Thus the Supreme Court in Minerva Mill struck it down, holding that it violated the basic structure by upsetting the balance between fundamental right and limiting power of the government to protect fundamental right, removal of the right to prosperity and fundamental removal of the right to protect fundamental right. नमक लेकिन बहुत टेस्टी। And the 44th Amendment and 97 significantly altered the status of the right to property in India, that is from fundamental right to legal right. Prior to the amendment, the right to property was a fundamental right under Article 31. This means it received the highest legal protection, and any government obligation required a strict procedure and fair compensation. The amendment downgraded it to a legal right under Article 308, that is the easier land acquisition. The government now has the greater flexibility in acquiring land for the public purposes. This can expedite infrastructure development and social welfare policy of project. This is the scrutiny needs. Though not a fundamental article is to maintain following due process and fair treatment when acquiring properties. Court can intervene in this principle of arbitrary. Further, court can still interpret fair treatment under Article 308 to include reasonable compensation. Right to compensation. It guaranteed right to compensation when the state acquires the property of a mandatory education, mandatory institution, when the state acquires the land held by a person under when the state acquires the land held by a person under his personal cultivation and the land is within the state. And the land is within the statutory ceiling limit, Article 31A. Supreme Court uphold right to property. In January 2025, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutional protection by the right to property under Article 308, highlighting that individuals cannot be deprived of their property except by the law. Supreme Court uphold right to property. नमस्ते कौशल। यस रवि किशन भी बहुत ही अभी फेमस हो रहे हैं। लाइफ में कभी भी भोजपुरी फिल्म नहीं देखते, एक भी नहीं। In Article in January 2025, the Supreme Court held the constitutional protection of the right to property and right to be deprived of the property except by law. The court's ruling was triggered by delays in compensation for land acquisition, stressing the need for timely and just compensation. This decision reinforces the importance of the due process in the property matters. It reaffirms that property rights are essential for upholding the rule of law in India. Historical perspective of the right to property in India. Case of Nanda Martinez 1978. The Supreme Court held that right to property is not a part of the basic structure of the Constitution, and therefore people can acquire or take away private property of the person for concerned good and in public interest. 44th Amendment Act 1978. It removed the right to property from fundamental right and placed it under Article 300A as the legal right. Article 31C protection of the laws implementing and the Article 31C laws implementing the agricultural protection cannot be challenged on the ground of violating Article 14 and removal of the right to property as fundamental right. The 44th Amendment Act 1970 altered the status of the right to property in India from the fundamental right to the legal right. Prior to the amendment, the right to property was a fundamental right under Article 31. This means it received the highest legal protection and any government acquisition required हल्का सा और देना चाहिए था चीनी ना
चीनी पब्लिक से करते अच्छा
under Article 300 is a land acquisition
आगे चीनी
पढ़ लें
ठीक चारों देते फैलो
judicial though not a fundamental right, Article 300A is still mandated following due process and fair treatment when acquiring property. Courts can intervene if these principles are violated. Courts can intervene if these principles are violated. Courts can intervene if these Courts can intervene if these principles are violated. Further, courts can still interpret fair treatment under Article. Further, courts can still interpret fair treatment under Article 300A to include reasonable conditions. Appeals the constitutional protection of the right to property and highlighting that individual cannot be deprived of the except by the law. The court ruling was triggered by delays in compensation for land acquisition, stressing the need for timely and just compensation. This decision reinforces the importance of the due process in property matters. It reaffirms that property rights are essential for upholding the rule of the law in India. Historically, it is practice for the right to property of the India. Don't. बहुत अच्छा इधर से लगता है ना. Therefore, the Supreme Court held that the right to property is not a part of the basic structure of the, and therefore Parliament can acquire or take away property of the person from for concerned goods and in public interest. हेलो दीदी मैं क्लास 12th में कैसे तैयारी करूँ क्या चीज़ का तैयारी करना है एग्ज़ाम रिलेटेड या और एनी कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम अच्छी चल रही है पढ़ाई कौशल क्या चीज़ पहले वो सारा चैप्टर कंप्लीट करो जो तुमको हार्ड लगता है और जो इम्पोर्टेंट है पर्सपेक्टिव टू द एग्ज़ाम, जिससे देखो कि ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस आए, वो सब पहले कंप्लीट कर लो। उसके बाद फिर जो इजी होगा वो कर लेना। The Indian Constitution replied the journey of India from according to a sovereign republic. As Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru aptly noted, a constitution must be both rigid and flexible to meet a nation evolving needs. Guided by this wisdom, Article 360 empowered Parliament to amend the Constitution, balancing continuity with the change. With 106 constitutions so far, this process has enabled the Constitution to adopt a social, political, and economic transformation while preserving its core ideals. With 106 amendment so far, this process has enabled the Constitution to adapt a social, political, and economic transformation. This process has enabled the Constitution to adapt a social. With 106 amendment so far, this process has enabled the Constitution to adopt a social, political, and economic transformation while preserving core. This process enabled the Constitution to adopt a social, political, and economic transformation while preserving core ideals. ठीक है? The process of constituent amendment. सबसे पहले क्या हो गया था? Introduction of the amendment bill होगा in either house. taking question reply the journey of India from according to the to a religion would be as Pandit Jawaharlal actually noted, constitution must be both rigid and functional to meet a nation's evolving needs. That is, guiding by this vision, aspirations to empower Parliament to amend the constitution, balancing in continuity with change. When Duration's amendment, so far it this process has enabled the constitution to adapt to social, political and economic transformation with preserving its core values. Process of the constitutional amendment: introduction of the amendment bill, passage in the parliament, ratification by the state if required, or presidential assent. सबसे पहले क्या होता है? इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल. सबसे पहले अमेंडमेंट ऑफ द बिल. Process of the constitution amendment: introduction of the amendment bill in either house of the parliament by minister or the private member. No president prior permission needed. फिर उसके बाद फिर passage in the parliament. Passed in each house of the parliament in each house separately. Special majority membership of the total membership or the 2/3 of the members present and voting. Membership of the total membership and the 2/3 of the members present and voting. Membership of the total membership and 2/3 of the members present and voting. सबसे पहले in either house of the parliament by that is सबसे पहले introduction of the amendment bill. Introduction of the amendment bill, that is in either house of the parliament by ministers or the private member. No president's prior permission needed. No president's prior permission needed. No president prior permission for passage in the parliament. Passage in each house of the parliament. Special majority of membership. Majority of the total membership. 2/3 of the members present and voting. No joint sitting allowed if disagreement. 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 ठीक है. तो पहले pass in each house separately. Total membership of the majority of the total membership and the 2/3 of the members present and voting. Each house of the total membership of the total majority of the total membership and total 2/3 of the members present and voting. पढ़ लेना सारा दिन रात. Yes, preparing for the exam, but not UPSC. चीज़ों को नहीं, टॉपिक को रट्टा नहीं मार रहे हैं, रिवाइज कर रहे हैं. Special majority total membership of the that is the majority of the total membership and especially majority of the total membership of the total majority, special majority as in each house separately. Special majority of total membership, two-thirds of the members present in voting. Majority of the total membership of the total members. Majority of the total membership, and the total of the members present and voting. No sitting allowed if disagreement. No sitting allowed if disagreement. Ratification by the state if required. Application only for amendment affect federal provision. Applicable only for amendment affecting federal provision. Applicable only for amendment affecting federal provision. Required approval of the 50% in each state suffice. Cannot return or withdraw the bill. Cannot return or withdraw the cannot withdraw or return the bill. As Dr. Rabima noted, the Indian Constitution is a living document as it may evolve with the changing times, challenging and expression the nation. If it isn't allowed to change, it could hinder the growth of the nation. It would hinder the growth of the nation. It would hinder the growth of the nation. The Indian Constitution reflects the journey of India from a colony Constitution reflects the journey of India from a colony to a sovereign republic. That is, as when the noted, a constitution must be rigid and flexible to meet a nation's evolving needs. Guided by this vision, Article 360 empowered Parliament to amend the Constitution, balancing continuity with change. With 106 amendments so far, this process enabled the Constitution to adopt a social, political, and economic transformation while preserving its core ideals. इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल उसके बाद फिर पैसेज इन द पार्लियामेंट होगा, फिर रेटिफिकेशन ऑफ द स्टेट इफ एप्लीकेबल और द प्रेसिडेंशियल अमेंडमेंट ऑफ द बिल. अमेंडमेंट सबसे पहले क्या है, प्रोसेस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट. सबसे पहले इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल. प्रोसेस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट, सबसे पहले इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल, उसके बाद फिर पैसेज इन द पार्लियामेंट, फिर रेटिफिकेशन बाय द स्टेट्स और उसके बाद फिर पैसेज इन द पार्लियामेंट. सबसे पहले क्या, इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल. सबसे पहले इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल. सबसे पहले क्या है, इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द प्रोसेस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट. सबसे पहले इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल है, फिर पैसेज ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट, पैसेज इन पार्लियामेंट, फिर रेटिफिकेशन बाय द स्टेट इफ रिक्वायर्ड, और फिर रेटिफिकेशन बाय द स्टेट रिक्वायर्ड, और फिर एक्सेंट प्रेसिडेंशियल एक्सेंट. Introduction of the amendment bill in either house of the parliament by a minister or the private member. No president prior permission needed. Hello प्यारी भूल गई. What? रट्टा मार. सुनो शांत रहो, याद हो रहा है हमको कुछ भी. सबसे पहले क्या है, प्रोसेस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट में सबसे पहले है इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट बिल, फिर पैसेज इन द पार्लियामेंट, रेटिफिकेशन बाय द स्टेट रिक्वायर्ड, और फिर बाय द प्रेसिडेंट. Introduction of the amendment bill in either house of the parliament by a minister or the private member. No president prior permission needed. President in each house separately. That is the special majority of the total membership and the protocol allowed to be not present and voting. No joint sitting allowed if disagreement. Ratification by the state required. Applicable only for the amendment affecting. Applicable only for amendment affecting federal provision. Applicable only for amendment affecting federal provision. Ratification by the state if required. Applicable only for amendment affecting federal provision. Require only approvals by 50% of the state legislature. A simple majority in each state suffice. President must give assent, cannot return or dissolve the bill. Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar noted that the Indian Constitution is a living document as it may evolve with the changing time, challenges and inspiration of the nation. As it isn't allowed to change, it could hinder the growth of the nation. The necessity of a constitutional amendment, the evolving social order is standing in a constitution, technological changes, fulfilling social contracts, structural adjustment or administrative efficiency. Evolving social order, protected weaker section and ensure social justice. Evolving social order, protect weaker section and ensure social justice. That is 106 constitutional amendment. Women's reservation, strengthening institution, improve governance and political stability. Improve governance and political stability. Improve governance and political stability. Improve governance and political institution. 52nd Amendment Act and the 52nd Amendment Act and the Anti-Defection Law. Improve governance and political stability. Improve governance and political stability. Strengthening institution. Improve governance and political stability. That is 52nd Amendment and Anti-Defection Law. That is technological changes address new issues like the digital privacy and data protection. Fulfilling social contract. Implement constitutional ideas like the Gram Swaraj, that is 73rd or 74th Amendment. Implement constitutional ideas like Gram Swaraj 73rd and the 74th Amendment. ठीक है. फिर structural adjustment, modify fundamental provision as per changing economic need. That is abolition of the right to property or administrative efficiency. That is the simplify systems and reduce complexity. That is the GST through 101 Amendment Act. Issue and the criticism of the constitutional amendment process, limitations in amendment process and the suggested improvement. Absence of the dedicated but no constitutional review body leads to fragmented amendment. That is the frequent amendment without holistic review. Improvement, establish a dedicated review mechanism committee. Parliamentary deadlock, no provision to resolve Lok Sabha Rajya Sabha disagreement, potential restoring to continuous amendment. Introduce a deadlock resolution mechanism. State ratification issues. No time limit or clarity or on withdrawal of consent. No time clarity, no time limit or clarity on withdrawal of consent that is delayed in amendment requiring state approval. Fix a clear ratification time frame. Limited public participation. Lack of wider consultation reduces legitimacy. That is when the third Constitutional Amendment Act passed without limited consultation. With limited consultation, that is, it shows greater stakeholder participation and transparency. Issues and the criticism of the Constitutional Amendment process. Limitation in the amendment process and suggested improvement. Absence of the dedicated body नहीं है. Parliamentary absence of dedicated body. सबसे पहले क्या सबसे पहले क्या है एब्सेंस ऑफ द डेडिकेटेड बॉडी है एब्सेंस ऑफ द सबसे पहले क्या है एब्सेंस ऑफ द डेडिकेटेड बॉडी है दैट इज पार्लियामेंट्री डेडलॉक्स स्टेट रेटिफिकेशन इशूज फिर लिमिटेड पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन substantive limitation federal imbalance majoritarian concerns basic structure and the institutional balance basic structure and the institutional balance, majoritarian concern and the federal imbalance. Substantive limitation, federal imbalances, amendment may disturb central-state relations, one nation, one election proposal impacting regional autonomy, improvement, strengthen the role of the legislative. Strengthen the role of the state legislature, improvement, strengthen the role of the state legislature, majoritarian concern. Government may overlook monetary right, rapid passage of key amendment affecting representation. Government may overlook monetary right, example, rapid passage of key amendment affecting representation. Government's majoritarian concern. Government may overlook monetary right, that is rapid passage of key amendment affecting representation. Improvement, introduce procedure safeguard and stricter scrutiny. Introduce procedure safeguard and stricter scrutiny. Basic structure and the institutional balances under undefined scope create legal uncertainty. Under undefined scope create legal uncertainty. Example, evolving interpretation after Krishnananda Bharati versus State of the Kerala. Improvement, use review instrumented parliamentary judiciary balance. ठीक है, सबसे पहले क्या है basic structure and the institutional balance. Undefined scope create legal uncertainty. That is the example, evolving interpretation after Krishnananda Bharati versus State of the Kerala. Implement, use review mechanisms to maintain parliament judiciary balances. 42nd question, 1970 Constitution inserted sources and secular in the preamble. Added fundamental duties, Article 44, Article 4A, curtailed fundamental right during emergency. restore judicial review and the checks on the parliament. ठीक है, restore judicial right, restore judicial review and the checks on the parliament, and the checks on the parliament. That is significance. Strengthen democracy and protected the constitution basic structure, and strengthen the constitution basic structure, and strengthen the constitution basic structure. Significance: strengthen democracy and protected the constitution basic structure. Significance: that is strengthen democracy and protected the constitution basic structure. Strengthen democracy and protected the constitution basic structure. Reserved 1/3 seat for women in Lok Sabha, State Assembly and Delhi Assembly, including within SC and ST case. Okay. Significant: the amendment to promote gender equality by increasing women's political participation 1/3 and represented in policy making. However, the rotational system may affect continuity, and concern remain over its impact on SC and ST and the effectiveness of the sub-quotas. Over its impact on the SC and ST reserves and the effective of the sub-quota. Limit on the Parliament amending power under Article 368. Article 368 of the Indian Constitution empower the Parliament to amend the Constitution. However, this power is not absolute. In a question of the article, the Supreme Court held the Parliament has the power to amend any part of the Constitution, including fundamental rights. However, it is ruled that this power is not limited and cannot be used to alter and destroy the basic structure of the Constitution. In the Minerva Mills case, the Supreme Court examined the validity and certain provision of the 42nd Constitutional Amendment, which sought to enhance Parliament powers to amend the Constitution. Supreme Court examined the validity of certain provision of the Constitution. It held that guaranteeing unlimited many powers of Parliament could itself violate the basic structure of the Constitution. The judgment reaffirmed the basic structure doctrine and emphasized the importance of maintaining balance between the fundamental right and the DPSPs. Thus, Parliament cannot use Article 368 to expand its power in a way that damages the core values of the Constitution, like democracy, rule of the law, separation of the power, and judicial review. The amending power is inherently limited and subject to constitutional check. Doctrine of the severability and the constitutional amendment. The doctrine of the severability allows courts to invalidate unconstitutional part of a law or amendment while upholding the rest. The doctrine of severability allows doctrine of the severability and the constitutional amendment. The doctrine of the severability allows court to invalidate unconstitutional part of the law or amendment while upholding the rest. It ensures that legislative intent is preserved. In constitutional amendment, if a provision is unconstitutional, only that part is struck down, leaving the rest intact. Cases like Sankari Prasad versus Union of India 1951 on case of 1970 application. This doctrine balances judicial review with legislative intent. The doctrine of severability allows court to invalidate unconstitutional part of a law or amendment while holding the rest, ensure that the legislative intent is preserved in constitutional amendment. If a provision is unconstitutional, only that part is struck down, leaving the rest intact. Key cases like the Sankari Prasad versus Union of India. Okay? This doctrine is balances judicial review with the legislative intent. Amendment by the special majority and state consent, that is the election of the president, extent of the executive power, election of the president, extent of the executive power, provision related to the courts. Different types of amendment are used to make the person responsible in acceptable amendment by the special majority and state consent, that is election of the president, extent of the executive power, election of the possible amendment of the by the special majority and the state consent. Election of the president is extent of the executive power. Election of the president, extent of the executive power, provision related to the courts. Special majority क्या है? Fundamental right and DPSPs. Amendment by the simple majority. Admission of the new states, formation of the new state, abolition of the legislative assembly. amendment of the legislative councils, amendment by the simple majority, formation of the new states, admission of the new state और abolition of the legislative councils. ठीक है, टाइप ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सबसे पहले क्या है, अमेंडमेंट बाय सिंपल मेजोरिटी एंड स्टेट कंसेंट, दैट इज इलेक्शन ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट, पहला है इलेक्शन ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट, फिर इलेक्शन ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट, प्रोविजन रिलेटेड टू द कोर्ट्स, एंड लास्ट है executive action power, extent of the executive power, amendment by the special majority, fundamental right and the DPSP, and by the simple majority, admission of the new state, formation of the new state, abolition of the legislative councils. Types of amendment in Indian Constitution, types of amendment in the Indian Constitution, amendment by simple majority, amendment by the special majority, amendment by special majority and state consent, special majority consent and state consent, the election of the president, extent of the executive power, provision related to the courts, with amendment by special majority, fundamental right, DPSPs. ठीक है, amendment by simple majority, admission of the new states, ठीक है, admission of the new states, formation of the new state और abolition of the legislative councils, formation and abolition of the legislative councils. ये तब तो हो गया, 3, 4, 5 भी हो गया, 59, 65, 59, 65. PCS 94, 94 series, 91 से लेकर 94 तक, और फिर 111 that is the 2026 delimited moment reserve and seat augmentation. 111 मेरी जिंदगी है तू,
एडवोकेट ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड मिला है मेजर अभिलाषा भरत। यूनाइटेड नेशन ने ऑनर किया है 2 फॉलन इंडियन पीसकीपर्स को, इंडियन पीसकीपर्स उनको के बाद यूनाइटेड नेशन ने उनको ऑनर किया है। ठीक है, उतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट फिर भी अगर पूछ लेगा तो रखना हवलदार हरभजन सिंह और सूबेदार सुजीत कुमार। ठीक है, अगर याद रखो तो रखना, वरना उतना इंपॉर्टेंट ये न्यूज़ एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से नहीं है। हमारे देश के लिए तो इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से शायद ना पूछा जाए। ओके, अर्थ प्राइज 2026 अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, 3 स्टार लगा लो यहाँ पे। ठीक है, अर्थ प्राइज दिया क्यों जाता है? इन्होंने अर्थ पे एनवायरमेंट के लिए कुछ काम किया होगा, अर्थ को बचाने वाला, इसलिए मिला इनको। क्या किया था इन लोगों ने? विवान, आर्याना और आव्याना, इन 3 लोगों को ये अर्थ प्राइज मिला है। इन लोगों ने ऐसा क्या किया कि इनको अर्थ प्राइज दे दिया गया? इन्होंने डेवलप किया है प्लास्टिक, एक लो कॉस्ट मेथड है जिसके दम पे आप वाटर से माइक्रो प्लास्टिक्स को रिमूव कर सकते हो। तो ऐसी प्लास्टिक नाम की चीज़ डेवलप करी इन्होंने। ठीक है, प्लास्टिक जिससे पानी से माइक्रो प्लास्टिक्स को रिमूव किया जाता है। ओके, छोटे छोटे प्लास्टिक से पार्टिकल्स होते हैं, उनको वाटर से रिमूव करने में इन लोगों ने बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है। दे बिकेम द फर्स्ट टीम फ्रॉम इंडिया टू विन दिस ग्लोबल अवार्ड। ये इंडिया की पहली टीम है जिसको अर्थ प्राइज 2026 मिला है, अर्थ प्राइज मिला है। राइट, क्या नाम है तीनों का? ये टीनेजर्स हैं। ठीक है, विवान, आर्याना और आव्याना। कैसे याद रखोगे? अर्थ प्राइज लेने के लिए सबसे पहले किसको बुलाया गया? विवान को बुलाया गया। इसके समय विवान आ ही नहीं रहे, फिर बुलाया गया विवान आना, फिर आवाज ही नहीं आ रही, बोला विमान आना, फिर नहीं आ रहे, तो बस विमान आना आना, ठीक है, दो बार बुलाएगा तब जाके विमान आएगा, ओके। तो दीवान आना आना, ठीक है, दोनों में आना आना, हरियाणा आवियाना, बस इतना याद रखना, दीवान आना आना, ठीक है, दीवान आना आ नहीं रहता तो दो बार बुलाएगा, इस तरीके से अर्थ साइज याद रखना, ओके। वॉक ऑफ द फेमस कार्ड इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है ये। रशिया ग्रैंड सैंड मास्टर कप 2026 सबसे तो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, फिर भी याद रखना कि सैंड मास्टर किसको बोलते हैं, इन्होंने सैंड का स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, वो तो बनाते हैं ना सैंड का, बालू का, सैंड का स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, किस किस टॉपिक पे, क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को लेकर के पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया सैंड का, इसलिए अवार्ड मिला है रशिया ग्रैंड सैंड मास्टर कप ऑफ 2026 किसको मिला है, सुदर्शन पटनायक बिकेम द फर्स्ट इंडियन टू विन द रशिया ग्रैंड सैंड मास्टर कप ऑफ 2026। क्या नाम याद रखोगे, सुदर्शन पटनायक। इन्होंने क्या किया, सैंड लिया हाथ में, सैंड पे पट पट करके चित्र बनाते हैं, फेमस कप हरियाणा आवियाना, बस इतना याद रखना।
Art Prize 2026 first in India to win. They won this for developing plastic low cost method to remove microplastic volume. विवान चौछड़िया हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट मेंटर।
उन्होंने सैंड का स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, वो तो बनाते हैं ना सैंड का, बालू का, सैंड का स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, किस किस टॉपिक पे, क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को लेकर के पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया सैंड का, इसलिए अवार्ड मिला है रशिया ग्रैंड सैंड मास्टर कप ऑफ 2026 किसको मिला है, सुदर्शन पटनायक बिकेम द फर्स्ट इंडियन टू विन द रशिया ग्रैंड सैंड मास्टर कप ऑफ 2026। क्या नाम याद रखोगे, सुदर्शन पटनायक। इन्होंने क्या किया, सैंड लिया हाथ में, सैंड पे पट पट करके मारा और क्या बन गया, एक सुंदर सा दर्शन करवाया, लोगों सुंदर सा दर्शन करवाया क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में, ठीक है, तो सुंदर सा दर्शन करवाने वाले पट पट मार के सैंड पे स्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, ठीक है, इस तरीके से याद रखना, सुदर्शन पटनायक, ठीक है, किस चीज का दर्शन कराया आप लोगों को, क्लाइमेट चेंज कैसे हो रहा है इस बात को, ठीक है, याद रखना। सैंड मास्टर कौन है, जो सुंदर सा दर्शन करवाते हैं, कैसे, सैंड पे पट पट मारते, तो पटनायक सुदर्शन पटनायक याद रखना। ऑस्कर की बात कर लेते हैं। देखो ऑस्कर में दो पिक्चरों का बोलबाला रहा, एक तो वन बैटल आफ्टर अनदर वाली, राइट, और
चलो शुरू।